morning to everyone joining us on YouTube. We're going to start the public session today by bringing back some topics on the expert narrow scope amendments project. Dan and Jamie, thank you for your work leading up to the session. I'm going to just turn it over to you right now.
Thank you, Tom. And we're pleased to be back with you again to talk a little bit about the changes that have been made based on the discussion the board had on Tuesday. Thanks again for those comments. The project team then took your comments from Tuesday along with your written comments, made changes to both the project proposal and to the proposed narrow scope amendments. And although this was designated to be a discussion of targeted issues, there really wasn't that much. So we turned both documents completely. And the objective for today, Kazuko is going to just say a couple of words about the changes to the project proposal, and then Jamie will cover some high points on the changes to the narrow scope amendments. And then we'll open it up for any board comments or questions. So Kazuko, I will turn it over to you to just talk about those couple of quick changes to the project proposal. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Dan. Michelle, can you please go to the next slide, please? Thank you. I would also like to start from saying thank you to everyone for all your comments. I would like to touch on two areas in the project proposal, but I don't have anything to share on the slides. It will be that brief. If you have agenda item 4A.1, which was posted yesterday, please go to section 5, which starts from page 4. In the table under proposed actions, we made some changes, and those changes are not intended to change the substance of the proposed actions. They are just trying to make them more readable and consistent throughout on how we describe the actions. The second item I want to touch is in paragraph 19, the first bullet, where it is explaining why ISSA 5000 is out of scope. Taking Josephine's suggestion, we added about the ISSA 5000 being a new standard and the benefit of having a stable platform. That is all I have. With that, please let me turn back to the floor and ask if there is any reactions or comments to the changes we made. Thank you.
Any reactions? Josephine?
Thank you. Just to say thank you for taking on board my suggestions. I appreciate that.
Okay. I think we're good there. Wendy?
I thought we were overdoing niceties, but I'm going to say thank you as well. And I fully support the changes.
Ada, what do you say about all these niceties?
That's fantastic. And I'm going to say well done to the project team.
Good. Good. Bill?
I'd just like to thank Edo for his comments about the job that's been well done. And
not to pile on. Okay, back to the team.
Okay, we can next slide, please, Michelle. So moving to agenda item 4B1, which is the narrow scope changes. So as Dan said, based on the board offline and plenary comments, the project team has made several changes, which for the purposes of this session, we have summarized into 3 buckets. So again, the next slide, please, Michelle. So the first change deals with this question of the explicit or implicit presumption that you cannot use the work of the expert if you're not satisfied with the competence, capabilities, or objectivity. So the project team preference is to address this through application material. It makes explicit the presumption, and the project team believes that doing it this way is most true to the project objective and scope to address the interoperability question. So that is paragraph A31A that you see for ISO 620 and A133A for 3000. The second item was, as we mentioned in the plenary session, we received several comments to address 2400. So you will see that we've now added 3 application paragraphs into that standard, consistent with the changes to the other standards. And then lastly, there were several requests to make more explicit the examples of the specific code provisions. So as you will see, the various application paragraphs described on the slide, the project team has now done that. So where we had the general statement about relevant ethical requirements may include or require something, you will now see various additions that give the specific example from the code, and footnotes that reference the specific code provisions that we're talking about. So with that, Tom, we'll open up for comments on the changes that have been made. Thank you.
Any comments on the changes that have been made? Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. Just want to thank the team. My comment and my concerns were fully addressed. So this is the point about making reference to the fact that some of the provisions come from the IAASB code, either through the actual AM itself or through a footnote. So fully addressed. Thank you, team.
Anyone else? Sammy?
Yes, I would like to thank the team as well. As for A31A, I don't mind having this in application material, but I was wondering if it can be more explicit to say that if the evaluation of the CEO of the CCO is not satisfying, then other procedures would not be applicable. And as for A19A, where the paragraph starts with relevant ethical requirements may prohibit the auditor from using the work of an expert if it does not satisfy the CCO criteria. I was wondering if it is good to start with something that, like, in addition to the requirement of this ISA, relevant ethical requirements prohibit the auditor from accepting that work, because it's not only the relevant ethical requirements that prohibit the auditor from using the work of an expert in that case, but it's also our standard does not, I don't think that would allow the auditor to use the work of the expert in the case of they don't have the competency and the objectivity and the others. Thank you.
Anyone else? Jimmy, any reaction?
Thanks, Sammy. I think on the first one, we can certainly look at that language, so the project team can discuss that. On the second point, I think we can look at the connection between A19A and A31A, because there is no explicit requirement that we could link back to. So the project team can just think about how those 2 paragraphs link together. Thank you.
Dan?
Yeah, I echo what Jamie said, and I think, Sammy, we thought that by having the specific reference in A31A back to A19A, that was sufficient. We can have another think about it, but other board members have any reactions?
So I was looking at that and I got comfortable, because I guess the reason you do that is that the IAASB code doesn't apply in all situations. But however, we're given it sort of particular or preeminence relative to other codes by singling it out. I thought that was a pretty elegant way of addressing this issue. Okay. So congratulations on that one. Well done to the team. Any other matters you'd like to take up? That's it? So based upon what I hear is that we're going to have a very short conversation tomorrow morning, which is what we're aiming for to begin with. Well done. And we'll approve both the project proposal and the ED for exposure tomorrow. Okay, so we need to get the audit evidence and risk response team to the table. could we just sort of stay here? We just had a break. Hopefully they'll be set up in the next 5 minutes or so. Okay, could someone close the door? I think we're all, for the most part, set up here. So we have a sizable team at the table. Christy, Kalina, Fadi, Anna, Hankin, great to have you with us. It's appropriate that we have 5 on a day that the basketball tournament starts. I'm not sure who the point guard is to lead this off. Is that you, Kalina? Okay. We're going to turn to Kalina. She's going to take over now and lead us through agenda item 7.
Thank you, Tom. Hi, everyone. So just a little bit of setting up what we've done since the project proposal was approved in December. This is the first time we're coming to the board in terms of developing an ED, starting to work towards developing an ED. What the board may have noticed is at this board meeting, we are discussing a few conceptual matters which are relevant to the project, and we are seeking the board's directional input and advice and the decisions on certain matters to be able for the team to take these forward, to continue the exploration and develop the revisions to the standard. So having set that up, maybe we can move to the next slide, Michelle. This is our team. Tom already introduced us, but very importantly, we also have Josephine and Edo, who are our project board members for this project. We have had several interactions. We've received advice, guidance in developing the issues, and all of that has been great and very welcome. We've also had a few interactions with the staff and members of the technology consultation group. We've also coordinated with Kazuko Dan on the narrow scope amendments and making sure that that there is sufficient discussion on that topic. And maybe as a heads up, and I'll speak about it a little bit more later when we talk about the next steps, where the project is now after this discussion in March, the project team is planning a significant outreach program with various stakeholders, and I'll give you more information and the next steps on this. But this is Q2 and Q3, as we call them, are going to be heavily informed by the outreach with various stakeholders, firms, NSS, investors, regulators, and other important stakeholder groups. So Michelle, if we can move to the next slide, please. So the first topic that we are bringing to the board, and it has 2 sections, it is about the standback requirements. And This has been a topic that we've spent some time discussing in this quarter. The first slide here summarizes a general action, responding to a general action in our project proposal, which has arisen in response to feedback received on several standard setting projects. For example, the audit evidence project, the fraud project, and that is laid down in the paper. We are aiming to have a discussion with the board about the standback requirements, the feedback from respondents we have received. There was some feedback, as mentioned previously this week, about insufficient clarity of these paragraphs, how they work together, perceived proliferation of paragraphs, duplicated work effort, and documentation implications. So all of this is driving this general action. What the team has done is we've looked at these paragraphs, which are colloquially called standback paragraphs, standback provisions, by the board, by our respondents, and we've looked at what those paragraphs are. Agenda item 7B provides an analysis of those paragraphs. Importantly, these are not, the analysis is not does not have a broad coverage to all paragraphs in the ISAs. Rather, it is very specific to these colloquially used terms that have been referred by respondents as needing further clarity. So the purpose of the analysis is to see how they work together, what is their level of performance, how do they interact, and other aspects, to be able to inform the board on a framework or on principles that can be carried forward, how we consistently use these paragraphs in standard setting. And also that analysis has been very helpful in terms of the second question that we will ask the board on this topic is about how the architecture or the coherence among these paragraphs can be improved. So on the basis of the analysis of the existing paragraphs called as standback requirements, we identified 3 types of paragraphs. The first type of paragraphs we have called re-evaluation standbacks, and this is because they are very explicit in the requirement itself that there is an expectation for the auditor to go back and reevaluate a previous judgment or a previous decision made in the course of the audit. So this is one type of those paragraphs, not too many of those in the analysis performed. Then there is another type of standback provisions, which we have called checkpoints, because they have a forward-looking perspective. They're not explicit in terms of asking the auditor to reevaluate something. However, this is maybe implicit in the requirement itself, but they help the auditor to determine, to evaluate, to conclude whether they have enough to move forward in an audit. And very informative for staff, 2 paragraphs that were identified were of a slightly different nature. Their nature was discrete. Both of them very important points in the audit. Both of them implicit in terms of that the auditor may reevaluate a previous judgment or decision. However, at the same time, they do support a specific conclusion. Those 2 paragraphs are paragraph 11 of 700, which is the reasonable assurance conclusion, and then paragraph 30 of ISA 570 revised 2025 or 4, which is the conclusion on sufficiency and appropriateness of audit evidence for the purpose of concluding whether the going concern basis of accounting is appropriate. So as I said, it has been very informative to staff to identify these paragraphs as separate categories or separate discrete requirements. And we've considered those while we were developing the options for placement of 26. So on the basis of the analysis of those paragraphs, we are bringing to the board 2 criteria that both the backward-looking criteria and the forward-looking criteria that the board may consider in terms of determining when the use of these standback provisions is appropriate. We've also want to hear from the board whether there are any other criteria that should be addressed. The other portion of the work that we did in this area, we looked at the coherence bit, which is foundational standards set out a very foundational standback provision. And this is related to those that fall under the checkpoints. We have, for example, a foundational standard that sets out a broad requirement that applies broadly. And then we have subject matter standards that introduce specificity for certain areas. So we've looked whether that is appropriate, especially in view of duplications, overlaps, and other feedback that we've received from respondents. Where we landed is these are very useful paragraphs because they give that checkpoint aspect. And there is it is a reasonable approach to ask from the auditor for these, for example, for certain specific circumstances, such as complex areas of the audit, or where we have pervasive matters to the audit, or where we have an extension, for example, the group, the typical example here being group audits, where you have the work of the component auditor. It is helpful to highlight these specific subject matter standbacks, although there is a certain overlap in the work effort. But it's not unreasonable to do so, because that's not wasted work effort. The auditor still works in these areas to be able to comply with the foundational requirements that are sitting in our foundational standards. At the same time, as we've heard from respondents, there is some element of caution. How many foundational standards should have standbacks? They should remain distinct from each other to be able to add the perceived value to the audit quality that we expect from our standards. Also, a few other recommendations that we've spotted by doing this analysis. So one of the recommendations is about the work effort. Staff believes that because of the importance of all of these requirements identified in agenda item 7B, it's important to keep a strong effort, such as evaluate, determine, or conclude. And then there's opportunities for enhancing some of these paragraphs in terms of using consistent terminology, exploring together with the professional skepticism group and the board, whether it's duplicative or not, to have always some repetitions in the paragraphs, whether that can be streamlined. Obviously, that depends a little bit on the discussion that we'll have next on how we integrate, what model the board determines to be the best one. And obviously, it is an area where non-authoritative guidance can be considered, particularly with respect to how the stakeholders perceive these paragraphs in terms of duplication and overlaps, rather than the perspective we are bringing to the board on the table here is they do add value to the audit. So Tom, with that, and Michelle, maybe if we can go to the next question slide. We have a few questions for the board. And maybe I would suggest, Tom, if we can take A and B, since they're related. They speak about the identifying criteria to be used, and if there's other identifying criteria for the standbacks.
Okay, thank you for the setup. So we're gonna deal with question 1A and B here. I invite comment on this. Bill.
Just a general comment to say that you've mentioned it a number of times. The term standback was a colloquial term. It was not, a technically defined term. And I just caution against over engineering this process. I totally agree with your criteria, and I agree we'll have an issue with placement of para 26 somewhere in a moment. But just that general comment about careful about overcomplicating.
Wendy?
I had a hard time finding my place. Thank you, Tom. And thank you to I almost want to say Army that's working on this. Job well done. I have a similar comment to Bill about over-engineering, but let me try to stick with question 1A and B. So I don't really have any issues with the criteria. But I'm still ruminating on what the right answer is with standbacks. I think in the papers, it actually says, we've done some work, but we might have to do some more. We're not completely done. I think overall streamlining and rationalizing standbacks would be preferable. I'm concerned existing or new standbacks will drive boilerplate checklist kind of documentation requirements. Again, while I don't think the criteria are wrong in any way, I think the approach is might be too detailed and could be broader. For example, perhaps we should consider an approach that includes determining whether the objective of each standard is met sufficiently, which I think could achieve the purpose of a standback. Thus, we would question whether enhanced reevaluation or checkpoint standbacks, as we're thinking about it, would be necessary. So again, that would be just looking at the objective of the standard and then standing back and saying, have we met the objective of the standards? And that covers, I believe, A and B. Thank you.
Anyone else on A and B? So I think people, Robert.
Being not an auditor, I just have a simple question going through this. The criteria you set out in 24A and B in your paper, are they new or is it a description of what is already there? Because with respect to re-evaluation, which is criteria 1, is an audit anyhow an iterative process where you have to reevaluate from time to time, from step to step, your findings, and which you do standing back or step back and look about onto your audit evidence? So the question is, yes, I can live with it, but is it really something new which is here put on the table?
Do you want to answer that, Talina?
Yes, thank you. So to your question, Robert, yes, this is not something new. We are looking at something that the board has done in previous decisions, and we are trying to put criteria in terms of what is already done. It's not looking at an approach that is outside of the decisions of the board previously. To end this point, I just wanted to add something in terms of the work being broader. So I mentioned that this is a general action that we are addressing. It is informative for the audit evidence and risk response project, but it is generally, I would say, from my perspective, at least a cusp activity, which adds clarity to when we use certain paragraphs and how we use. Having said that, putting these criteria in place do imply that some other paragraphs in the IAASB currently may meet those criteria. That is pointed out in our paper with a few examples. So in terms of suggesting additional work, the project team is not suggesting from the perspective of the audit evidence and risk response project. I think that looking at the action, we've used this to inform where paragraph 26 sits, but not more broadly than that. That is an additional important consideration for the board here, is that in terms of using this action for this project, I think we've met the purpose.
Leo?
Thanks to the team for putting it together, and thanks, Tom. I mean, I think the first thing I wanted to share is, one, I really support the idea of pulling out all these standbacks and trying to evaluate, classify, and consider what they are. I mean, I think even in my time at the board, we've spoken about whether we do need one or don't need one, etc. So it's clearly a topic that's been debated before, and we've seen it in 240 just recently as an example. So really support the idea that we pull them out. The teams identified a couple of extras that weren't in the paper. I know the paper isn't a complete set. we'll share those so that you can see some of the others that we think could also meet the definitions that you've put out. To Robert's point, I agree that the standards are this iterative process, and so this constant stopping, checking, in a way, it almost undermines that. My technology teams sometimes say it's difficult for them to build a standback, a checkpoint in when they're building a technology solution. So they may move from one standard to another quite quickly. They then retrospectively have to go back and purposely build something in and get the documentation around that. So some further guidance on the documentation requirements around evidencing of a standback would also be super helpful. And the last thing I'd add is to Wendy's point, I do think that each of the auditing standards has got an overall objective. And there is a responsibility that the auditor needs to determine whether that objective has been met, regardless of following each of the requirements in the auditing standards. So is this standback a duplication of what's already built in around needing to meet that objective? I think would be a good piece to include in your criteria around evaluating whether the necessity for the standback in each standard.
Okay, Craig?
Thanks, Tom, and thanks to the team for the work. I guess I may have had a different idea or concept of what we were going to do here, but I thought we were going to sort of holistically look at all standbacks, and what you're saying, I think, is you've looked at the ones relevant to this project, but you've signalled in a few places, as you've just discussed before, Kalina, that it doesn't extend to all requirements in the ISO. So there could be other, my understanding is there could be other standbacks, maybe not so obvious at the moment because we haven't analysed them all, but I guess I'm just, so this is sort of phase one of looking at standbacks, is it? And is this something we need to come back to? Is there further work that maybe will emerge in another project? So it's just the intersection of us wanting to look at standbacks with what we're doing in this project. I'm just struggling a little bit with the connection.
Really, just before you come in, if I can respond to Grace's question. So we have looked at the standbacks, not just relevant for this project. We have gone back and looked at paragraphs being referred to standbacks from audit evidence consultation, from fraud consultation, from 600 consultation. Hanken will fill in if quality management consultation. So we've gone back since the profession, because these standbacks emerged from recommendations of the professional skepticism group a few years back. So it's not, we've started from there. We've looked at those, how they work together, and all other aspects about it, and we are coming back with certain criteria. What we are saying in the paper is, if the board agrees with those criteria, we haven't looked back because this is a piece that is a backward piece. As we establish criteria now, we have to look back and look at all the requirements of the ISAs, because it may happen, Greg, that certain requirements meet the criteria but are not being referred to as standbacks at this time. So that is a possibility, and a few of those have emerged. We've highlighted them in the paper. At the same time, those requirements, some of them are conditional, and our CASP and even 200 talks about conditionality of requirements. So it's a different lens here that is popping up. What the team is saying is that is a very broad exercise for the scope of this project, and if something like that is done, it is probably something that should be considered. And let me hand back to Billy, because I know you want to come in.
Thank you, Kalina, and I think you summarized it absolutely correctly. I think, what we need to remember, and maybe coming back to Robert's question as well, we have just gone through an exercise to say, listen, obviously our standards accumulate over a period of time as we work on them and they develop and so on. And this was sort of our standback to say, well, because this topic keeps on coming up, let's go and figure out, do we properly understand why over the years boards at this board, but this board changes over time, whether the board at a particular point in time, why they made certain decisions. And it was for us to better articulate and understand what these types of requirements are there and what they are doing in our standards, what is the purpose. And that will clearly help us going forward to be informed when we come across a decision, should there be a stand back, should there not be a stand back. I think Wendy and Neil's point about the objective is a good point that also needs to be taken into account. Do we need one so that we can address this perceived proliferation of standbacks? I think what Kalina and the team also found out through their work is there isn't really a proliferation of standbacks. Yes, we could do that exercise, but I do agree with Kalina. It is not, I wouldn't want that to keep up the work that we need to do in this project. And I think for this project, we now have a much better understanding of standbacks, so we can now reflect on ISA 330, paragraph 25 and 26, which are both also standback requirements, as particularly paragraph 26 where they are placed. But we can certainly, in terms of a work plan decision, decide whether there's a broader exercise needed.
Okay. People comfortable with that response?
I guess I was just trying to understand, Tom, the significance of the caveat, and I think that's helped. But it feels like there's still a gap, if you like, of things that are potentially in the ISAs that we're not considering at the moment when we're thinking holistically about standbacks. So, but I'm happy in terms of this project. We don't want to go back and do a whole lot more work before we can get cracking on this. So I'm happy for now, but it's just helped my understanding of the scope. Thank you.
Again?
Maybe just to give some comfort to Greg. So I did the analysis myself. So the coverage of that analysis basically includes a majority of the foundational, and if not all of the foundational standards. So I think we're in a good place to kind of, because our objective right now is to basically understand or identify criteria to sort of help us put some framework around what we consider as standbacks. And all of that we've identified so far is based on what the board has identified before as standback. And that originated way back in the ITC in 2016, as what Colleen had said, from the recommendations of the Professional Skepticism Working Group. So we've done the exercise looking back on all of the explanatory memorandum, basis for conclusions, all material that has referred to the term standbacks. And we've sort of collated that and made an analysis and then made some understanding of what there's the commonality of these specific requirements. So I think we are in a good place to make a determination as to what the framework should look like moving forward.
Okay. So should we move on to the next questions? Which would you like to take, C and D together?
Yes, please.
Okay, comments on C and D.
Thank you, Tom. And also in reflection on question A and B. So the exercise that the project team has done is to sort of to find a structure through all the deliberations and what have been the considerations at the time. And I think paragraph 31 is a really important part of this analysis, because that sort of analyzes what the conditions would be for a subject matter standback. And that is where the discussion around proliferation has come up. Well, why is it in 540? Do we need it in 570? It is in 600. Why is it then not in fraud? And I think that this paragraph quite well pulls together and sets, going forward, at least a frame of reference, as we're not going to stick them everywhere. but it needs to be important enough, the ABC, for the board to decide explicitly for and probably against in most subject matters. And I agree with the analysis here, and based on and I pointed this out earlier in the week, that this analysis would also support fraud for a standback, which now seems to be very well aligned with each other. Thank you.
Wendy?
So I'm fine with the analysis in 30 to 34. It spells it out as it should, so I guess I'm echoing what Edo said. And then for D, as a board member, I've come full circle on non-authoritative guidance, meaning I first thought we should do only, first I was in favor of it, then I realized how long it takes to do, then I went back to standard setting. And now I'm in this place where sometimes you can get quick wins through articles or other vehicles, maybe just after this meeting, putting out some short things like we've been doing through LinkedIn about standbacks. And I think maybe linking in some of the work that Henkin referred to would be helpful, not creating a lot of new work, just taking what we have and putting it out there in smaller sound bites. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else? Bill, sorry.
Just to clarify my comment on don't over-engineer it, you're quite right the way you've explained it, Edo, and I think what the analysis has been sound. I just wanted to say just be careful going forward, and I think the key message you brought out, well, two key messages. One is the one that Noel said, that really an audit is an iterative process, and secondly, we don't want proliferation of standbacks. That's, yep.
Okay. See, anyone else want to speak? So I think you got basic support for the analysis and construct here. So let's go to the next portion.
We're moving to the, okay. So this is the second portion of the standback requirements, okay. So this portion of the standback requirements is about paragraph 26 and of ISA 330. And let me explain a little bit about paragraph 26, although it's in the paper. This paragraph has a very broad coverage, so it relates to all audit evidence obtained from all audit procedures performed in the course of the audit. And if the board may recall, in the 500 project, we kind of broke down what we mean by that, and this is procedures in 315, in 330, and any other relevant ISA, including 500, and evaluating the relevance and reliability of information. So the coverage of this paragraph is very broad. It currently sits in 330, and the objectives of 330 are specific to responding to risk, responses to risk, as the standard is, and the title. So some respondents have raised concerns about misalignment, perceived or actual, between these two areas. So what was already looked at in the audit evidence project was potentially finding a model for these for paragraph 26. Also, the audit evidence project at the time had exposed something in the requirements that linked back to 330. And on the basis of that, there's also other possibilities where you could potentially reallocate that paragraph. Importantly, the objectives of the standard, wherever this paragraph is, whether it remains in 330 or it is reallocated to another ISA within the current architecture of what we have, would need to be considered. That depends on the option that the board will discuss today. So having said that introduction, there's three options that we are presenting to the board. Let me make the point that all three options are workable options from staff perspectives and can be taken forward by the board. The first option proposes to reallocate that high-level conclusion that sits in paragraph 26, whether sufficient appropriate audit evidence has been obtained, into ISA 500. This is the so-called audit evidence task force model that was presented to the board, I think, March last year. So it builds on that one. The second option is to reallocate the conclusion of whether sufficient appropriate audit evidence is obtained to ISA 700. The third option is an option that sits in between. That option proposes to reallocate the conclusion on whether sufficient appropriate audit evidence has been obtained into 700, but at the same time, it also envisions evaluation of the sufficiency and appropriateness of audit evidence at the audit procedure level in 500. And this option assumes that 500 is the foundational standard that sits at the audit procedure level, and 700 is a better placement in terms of a high-level conclusion at the level of all the audit evidence obtained. So in terms of all options achieve a different level of coherence amongst the foundational and subject matter standards. And from staff's perspective, options 1 and 3 do it better than option 2. So looking back to the action that we're addressing is putting an additional improvement in terms of coherence. Staff highlighted, and that's in the paper, that options 1 and 3 on the table offer a better solution. Option 3 achieves the coherence. There is an advantage in terms of option 3 because we spoke about previously, that paragraph 30 of the going concern standard and paragraph 11 of 700 are slightly of a different nature. So option 3 brings a more intuitive link between these paragraphs. But it does so by putting in place, as I mentioned, an evaluation at the audit procedure level. Now, something similar was exposed in the audit evidence project, whereby we had an evaluation that links to 330, and then respondents found that as unclear. Now, this is a different option than that. It's not the same option. But I just want to highlight that there is an improved model offered. It's not the same option that we presented in the 500 ED. It is a little bit different, actually improving the coherence quite a bit. So I wanted to make that point. So Tom, this is what we had here. Just to mention again to the board, staff can work with all three options. And what we would like to, maybe if we move to the next slide, Michelle, we would like the board to give us a direction where to go. For staff, success would be a clear direction from the board, which option we can take forward, so we can develop proposals for the board to look at. As I mentioned, each option will have a consideration of the objectives of the affected standards, so that would also be in terms of what the board sees next. So Tom, with that, over to you.
Okay, what I'd like to do, and see if we could do this, because I like to narrow options first. The staff basically suggested that option 2 is a least desirable option of the three. Does anyone want to speak out in favor of option 2? Okay. You do you what?
Well, I got tricked by the layout of the paper. So we were presented with three options. I looked at the face of the three options, and immediately option 2 struck me as the right place for us to go. I then turned over the page and it says, choose any option except 2. So I immediately phoned a friend to say, which would you choose? And they told me they would choose option 2. So as I phoned more people, I did get a few people suggesting that that was the place to go. Ultimately, I landed on mixed views in my outreach, but 3 certainly became a workable answer. But 2 is definitely where I started off in my thinking.
Okay, well, this is why I wanted to ask the question. So if someone wants to articulate a view in favor of 2 as a preferable answer, then we should be considering all 3 options at an equal level. But if we want to dismiss 2 up front, then we are narrowing our options. That's so Neil, are you still thinking 2 is a preferable option?
I know that 3 is probably going to be the most practical outcome as to where we need to get to, but I certainly began at 2, and in my outreach there were a number that were 2, but I can move to 3.
And what was the argument of why you preferred 2 more than 3?
It was kind of the ultimate stand back before I was going to reach my conclusion. So I got to 700. Did I have enough evidence? And that was for me the place that logically led me to conclude. Moving it to 3 puts it into 500 as well, and I can see that that's going to be an appropriate place to do it twice.
Okay, let's keep that back of our mind. Amara?
Thanks, Tom. Well, I was inclined to not consider 2. I think the analysis presented by the staff was very good in helping me assess this. Then I wasn't very inclined to option 3. I think it provides a more complete support to the application. But then when I got to the very last paragraph in this 53, I was struck with the assertion, or at least with the comments made by the slide, that option 3 would potentially demand, well, first of all, it's not original in the scope, and then would demand potentially much more work and then time. Could you please elaborate a little bit on how do you envisage developing option 3, considering what you said in paragraph 53, please?
Yes, so staff has not done the work in terms of going into the objectives and seeing whether any change is needed. We do want to say that that would be considered, and if there's any change that is needed, the board would be presented that change. Now, changing the objectives of the standard, and Willie will probably also want to weigh in here, can be in scope of conforming amendments, because here we are reallocating a critical paragraph, or we may need to add something else in 700, given that that this requirement is being reallocated, at least certain application material references or so on. So it will be a new requirement that would come in. The impact to the objective, we don't know at this point, but we will have to look into it at a future point in time, depending what the board determines as the best way to go forward on this point.
No, Kalina, I don't have any particular anything extra to add. Like you say, the work still needs to be done. We knew that as part of the project proposal that we would have to look at 330 paragraph 26. So Amaru, I think what, another consideration in when you look at paragraph 53 is that Anil has already explained why he finds the location in 700 attractive. Another way to view it is, remember we had those 2 we had those 2 700 paragraph 11 and 570 paragraph 30, I think, which was a little bit of a different nature than the rest. Another way of thinking is, it is if you think that now we're just talking about option 1 and 3 because we've now put 2 aside. If you think that 700 paragraph 11 serves its purpose, it does what it is supposed to do. It tells the auditor what all needs to be pulled together to form an overall conclusion as a basis for your opinion, then you would probably be more in favor of option 1 than option 3. That's just a different perspective that I can put on that.
Okay. Bill?
I'm very similar to Neil, started on option 2, but I can see the wind blowing towards option 3. Having said that, I just think it may be confusing that it's a duplication of conclusion. Para 26 is at a high level. The new requirement in 500 will be at the procedures level. So I understand it now, you've explained it, but I just wonder whether that will be understood by stakeholders. And that's probably my ignorance more than anything.
Okay, we're talking a little bit in shorthand. Willie gave an argument of why option 1 could be preferable. For those strongly in favor of option 3, I'd like to hear an articulated case of why they support this instance, and it could be anyone, even board project members. Is that it? I'm calling board. Ada?
So this is, sorry. So for me, this is very much towards forming the conclusion. At the end of the audit, you need, before you sign and when you conclude, you need to have this broad think about what have I learned, what should I do anything else, bring it all together and reflect before you sign. So in that sense, it's 700 is intuitive to bring it in there. And that's where I'm personally sitting. My outreach is mixed. So that's 3 or 1, because they can see the separation between the conclusion and the standback being somewhere else. But that's, so I think there's pros and cons either way. I think, and Kalina alluded on it, to some extent it's geography, because it doesn't really change work effort. So I can probably be swayed either way. There is it was troublesome in 500 to pack the evaluation of sufficiency in 500 and how that was phrased. Well, that's why it came out the holding package, and there was this element of we need to look at standbacks more broadly. So there is this complexity that we may need to consider. Thank you.
So anyone want to talk who strongly believes that or leans towards option 1 want to speak in its favor? Otherwise, I have someone who will. Really, you're going to be the surrogate on the option 1 supporters. You want to make the case?
Well, yeah, I can just say, and look, like Kalina said, all 3 the options are workable. We can work with them, and as Odo said, to in an extent, at the end of the day, it's probably not going to make a big difference in terms of work effort. But I can maybe just share how I thought about it, particularly. So, Amaro, the way that I explained it to you, that initial thinking sort of said, for me, 700 paragraph 11 does what it is supposed to do. And then if I look at option 1, a few things that came to mind is that, we've said all along that ISO 500 is a standard that provides a reference framework for making judgments about audit evidence throughout the audit. And also it applies to audit evidence obtained from all procedures. And remember, the holding package, there's a particular paragraph there, I think it's quoted in the issues paper as well, that explains very clearly that if you talk about audit evidence from all procedures, it is risk assessment procedures, further audit procedures, all other procedures performed to comply with the ISAs, including evaluating the relevance and reliability of information to be used as audit evidence. So it is supposed to be that overall reference framework. Also, for me, option 1 bottoms out our input-output model that we introduced in the holding package, where we said 500 deals both with the input, the information intended to be used as audit evidence, and the output in terms of the evidence that you get from performing your procedures. The difficulty we had in the first round of doing 500 is exactly what Ado explained. We had to force it in there, and it just didn't work. But if we relocate it there, then that's a different story. And then, like I said, the 700 paragraph 11 an argument. So those were a few of the things that I thought about.
Okay, thank you, Nancy.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So I was listening with significant interest, but wasn't sure if I should intervene. And then your question is for those who feel really strongly. So when you say really strongly, I wasn't sure if I should even raise my hand. I think my starting point was maybe somewhat closer to Neil. I started with options 2 and 3. So I thought 2 and 3 seems more logical to me. There should be something better anchored in 700. And then I just went back and looked at 11. I said, well, can I get there? Well, it's kind of there. But I mean, explicitly saying that we needed to consider evidence to come to that conclusion is not a bad thing. So, and I like the argument about having something in 500. So I guess I'm showing my hand. I'm more in the camp of option 3. What I'm not very coherent here. What bothered me a little bit was something I read, and maybe it's the point that Amaro raised. If it's going to be too problematic to go back into 700, then the next stop is I go back to option 1. But if it's workable and it is going to be taken care of in the consequential amendments, then I think 700 seem to be more broadly 700 and 500. Option 3 seem to be the one that would satisfy most. So it's not a strong view, but that's what I'm at right now.
So last time I checked, we could amend a project proposal, particularly if it requires amendment. And obviously we haven't exposed anything yet, so we could ask questions on it. So I guess I don't think that's a big issue, other than the bigger issue would be is by opening up a single standard, do we invite broader input onto that standard itself? Okay, I think we've heard, Polina?
So yeah, just want to come in with an additional aspect. So once we decide about an option, staff will go back and will develop proposals. While developing those proposals, it may come up that reallocating paragraph 26 requires something else with it. Option 1 is clearer in terms of what it requires. We know, if you ask me, and I have to tell you, I know what the impact would be if we reallocate this paragraph in 500. I don't know what the impact would be, and if it goes in 700. So from that perspective, I cannot tell the board at this point what else will be needed in 700. And this is why we put it in the paper there. Now, option 1 does get us where we need to go in terms of addressing the project action. Whether it's the best option, it's for the board to decide, and we can take it in either direction.
Okay. Wendy?
Tom, I also wasn't sure what, when you posed it, do we feel strongly about 2? I don't feel strongly about any of them, but landed on 3.
Well, I've got to get maybe the next step is to get a sense of the room and where people are. But I wanted the arguments for each option to be exposed amongst the board. So should we, Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I think on balance, the more I'm hearing, I'm leaning more to option 1 based on the staff comments. And I'm just reflecting intuitively. I think when I first read this, I thought, before I'd seen what the staff were recommending, I was thinking option 1, because the diagram is more logical to my tiny brain. But the idea that you would sit back or stand back, and think about the work effort and the evidence you've got as distinct from then concluding and reporting. I actually see a distinction between those two things. And so I think it's, so in other words, thinking about what have I done and what have I learned from what I've done, audit evidence, as opposed to, okay, how am I concluding on this? What are the factors I need to tell the users? What needs to go in my audit report? So I think there's separate considerations which would support more the separation as depicted in option 1. But you know, if we land on option 3, it's sort of a on balance call for me. I'm pretty comfortable with 3 as well, but I think I'm leaning more to 1.
Shaya?
Thank you, Tom. I'm in favor of option 3, and I think we definitely need this a requirement in 700. It's almost like a big overall stand back when you conclude on the audit as a whole. And the 700 would be the appropriate places to put that requirement. Another consideration for that is that in that way, it will align with 200, paragraph 5, when it talks about the, auditor's opinion, reasonable assurance, and the sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Thank you.
Okay. So what I sense is people could see arguments either way for 1 and 3, but we need to give guidance to the team to go ahead. I imagine that this would be something we would ask a question. We're building towards an exposure draft anyway. We would ask a question about this. So could I get a show of hands who prefers option 1 to the others? And it's not strong preference. It's just like, this is, if I had to choose 1 out of 3, this is the one I would prefer. Option 1. 2, 3. So that means that the vast majority are in favor of option 3. Okay. Now, there's caveats to it. We have to see what the implications are to 700, right? And whether the implications are to our project proposal and any unintended consequences. That could all be brought back to the board. And clearly, since it's not a strong preference and there's lots of mixed views, that this would be something we would need to ask people about in our consultation. Is that a fair summary of where you think we've landed?
Yes, thank you, Tom. That's a fair summary, and thanks to the board for giving us clarity here. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I think we've finished with stand backs, at least in this regard.
Yes, Tom.
Okay. Galena, I go back to you to move to the next section.
Yes, I'm actually going to hand over to Christy to walk us through the next section.
Thank you, Kalina, and thank you, Tom. So in the next few minutes, I'll just walk you through the next section, which is on the audit procedures used for multiple purposes, as outlined in section 2 of the issues paper in paragraphs 54 to 66. So please allow me just to explain a little what this topic is about. So firstly, why are we talking about this topic? So during information gathering, we noted that with advancement of technology at a very rapid pace, the auditors increasingly use the audit procedures to achieve more than one purpose. So could be a combination of risk assessment procedures and further audit procedures. And further audit procedures could be a combination of the test of controls or the substantive procedures. So this raises some key issues during the information gathering from stakeholders, and they're asking the question that, is it clear, it is not clear to them how these procedures, especially the procedures facilitated by technology, can be categorized into the risk assessment procedures or further audit procedures, because the technology is facilitating them to do multiple purposes at one time. And also, they raise questions about, is our current guidance sufficient to ensure consistency in practice? So to address these issues, we have analyzed the standards in the ISAs and noted that our standards actually allow a single procedure to achieve, to serve the multiple purposes. And that's in two ways. The first way is that in the application material of ISA 330, it refers to the term of due purpose test. So due purpose test is a procedure that could serve as both a test of controls and then a substantive test on the same transaction. So in addition, our standards and specifically the application materials that also contains a notion that's colloquially known as multi-purpose procedures. So this is not something that's either be defined or described, but that's a colloquial understanding. So that could be any combination of risk assessment procedure and a further audit procedure. And we have examples in the application material, which are distributed across a few standards that describe how these procedures could be designed and performed. So in the meantime, our current guidance is limited to application material. So after that analysis, oh, sorry, I just realized, can we advance the slide? Sorry about that. So after that analysis, the staff is coming up with the proposals, two proposals specifically. The first proposal is to consolidate the terms in our standard, basically to introduce a broader notion of the procedures used for multiple purposes. So that the benefit of that is to remove the complexities and potential multiple terms in our standards, and then come up with a more simplified notion and talks about this delivering the same message. And then the second proposal is to introduce a clear requirement in the standards about how the auditors should use these procedures to achieve multiple purposes. And this is to use the popular word of the week is to make the implicit explicit, introduce explicit requirement. Yeah. So I'll pause here and then we can go to the next slide for our questions to the board. And Tom, I'm thinking we can probably do the question. We have two questions on screen and we can address the first question, whether to solicit board's view on whether you support or not our suggesting to consolidate the terminology in the standards.
Okay. People support the consolidation first. No 10 cards mean support, you know?
Yes, so I do support the consolidation of the terminology. There was some interesting questions asked in outreach, because could there be an overlap? Because this is all on the audit side, but particularly if you are also the sustainability statement assurance provider, could there be an overlap for purposes that extend beyond the audit, where there's an overlap with ISRACE or the ISAE or ISA 5000, or so something to, so let's not block ourselves potentially only to audit.
Neil?
Tom, broadly, I support the simplification, the consolidation, and I'm comfortable with that. What I do get feedback on is trying to make sure that and we'll probably come to it later around the bucketing. Some of the technology solutions achieve two purposes, but it's not clear the extent of risk assessment versus response in the way that the evidence is being gathered. So ultimately, they've gathered evidence, but the exact piece of risk assessment, whether it reduced the risk or it performed the procedure, isn't as clearly delineated. So trying to achieve both of those requirements in a single hit is very difficult for them to demonstrate.
Wendy?
I'll just agree with Neil, and I'll just add a couple more thoughts. The examples in 63 to illustrate, what a multi-purpose test is could probably be expanded, and I would just put a plug in for PCAOB. They have they put out a spotlight that I think has some good examples in it. And then clarity is needed on documentation expectations. Focusing on what the purpose, focusing on the purpose of the tool and how the inputs and the outputs are evaluated.
Billy, did you want to come in on that point?
I think based on Wendy's point, I just want to make sure that Neil was that your issue as well? It's really the documentation. It's to say you do these two things, but it's difficult to demonstrate it. It's difficult to document whether you've achieved that objective of a risk assessment procedure and the objective of a substantive procedure at the same time.
Yes, and ultimately what they have achieved is they've gathered evidence which supports their conclusion, which is reduced audit risk. So they're achieving the overall objective of the audit, but it's difficult to box in the amount of risk assessment versus the amount of response in the way that the technology was working.
I guess I'm really not understanding that, and so you might need to just spell it out for me because I'm being a bit thick. But thank you for nodding, Tom. But ultimately, if you're doing an audit procedure that's achieving more than one purpose, you've got to understand what the purpose is that you're trying to achieve, and therefore if you can't work out whether you've achieved that purpose or not, then you've not done it properly. So I don't understand why the documentation of that should be any different than if you just did two separate tests. And that's the problem I have. And I can't see how, I genuinely think if you do not understand whether you've achieved the risk assessment purpose or you've achieved the further audit procedure purpose, then you haven't done the job properly, essentially.
And the purpose they were achieving is reducing the audit risk. And so the purpose wasn't specifically targeted at risk assessment or response. It was around reducing the overall risk of the audit and the evidence that was obtained in that process. So it hasn't targeted the granular level, it's meeting the overall objective.
Then it's not in compliance with the standards, is it? Because you have 315 that tells you that you have to document in terms of your risk assessment procedures, and you have 330 you have to document in terms of your further audit procedures. So that to me sounds like there's something about that particular test that's not working with the standards, and that maybe that's a different thing.
Happy to look at it. I mean, I get the key is going to come down to whether still keeping these boxes is the future proofing of what we're trying to achieve here. And I guess I'd encourage the team in their outreach and their understanding to keep an open mind that you can gather that evidence, but you might not have each of these delineated pieces that are supported in that process. To keep an open mind.
Talina?
Yeah, thank you so much. Just wanted to highlight to the board as we discuss this topic further. So yeah, multi-purpose procedures is still on the radar, and we have some initial information of in terms of examples how these procedures look in practice, and the application material that we are showing here will be built out further with additional examples. I think somebody mentioned that. What we are noticing, though, is interestingly, there is a diversity of understanding what these multi-purpose procedures are in practice by firms and by other sources that we've looked at. So it is an area that we will continue to look as we go in the outreach, specific examples. Interestingly, what some see as a multi-purpose procedures, others don't see as a multi-purpose procedures. So bringing the consider, and obviously there is evolution in this area and tools, which somebody mentioned we should stay flexible to allow for these tools to evolve and these procedures. I just wanted to say that the examples will be built out further and that additional application material may come in. In terms of the documentation, there is a specific action in the project to look at the documentation aspect. We are not bringing this yet to the board. It will come a little bit later as the work progresses. So it is on the table.
Nancy?
Yeah, thank you. So it's just maybe follow up with you on the point that you just made, Kalina. When I look at the gray box, we have two examples there. They seemingly are dual purpose tests. We haven't quite put out an example on multi-purpose, and it would be useful as you go down the journey in the project to identify so that people get more of a flavor as to what we're talking about, right? And certainly in support of bringing the terminology together. Thank you.
Very well spotted. That's correct. It is because we have an example that sits in 500 of a multi-purpose procedure, and being involved in that project, that was a very difficult example to come up with. The board has looked at it, and every time we show it to the board, there's additional comments. And amongst our group, we had discussions in the same nature. So we have to understand more what practice means about these procedures to be able to bring a few examples for the board to look at. But it is very challenging to come up with an example that everybody can.
But you see, when you get there, it might help answer Neil's question as well. So it would be really worthwhile to do.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Wendy?
All right, I'm pretty sure this is implicit, but could we be explicit that the examples will also include ATT?
Yeah, Wendy, to your point, because we have thought about including some examples for ATT, and at this point, it hasn't been reflected in our proposal to the board, but this is on the table, and we hope to, especially through some of the further discussions and outreach with the firms, we can bring to life some of those ATT examples as well.
Customers looking at me and smiling because I actually asked them to reverse out the ATT. And the reason why is because it's not a procedure. It's a tool by which you carry out the procedure. And we've actually tried to make that really clear. So agreed, we could probably certainly think about examples where the auditor has used a technological tool to do the procedure, but it will still be focused on the procedures. And that's why. So I just wanted to say that was my fault. Thank you.
Akika?
Yes, thank you, Tom. So yes, relating to your discussion, I'd like to ask two things. Yes, related to the question A and also B. Yes, first, when we talk about integrating terminology in question A, can it solve practical problem that practitioners are facing now, as Neil said? So that is my first question. And the second one is maybe related to that. What is the benefit from maybe the quality of the audit perspective, maybe for users? So, and for the first point, I think you are already discussing this point, but especially in the multi-purpose procedure, what I hear from practitioners is that it's very hard for them to identify which objective they can meet by specific procedures using technology. So, so I don't think terminology integration can solve this problem, and it should be it shouldn't be a very simple question. But if we cannot address this fundamental issue, we also cannot address my second question. So the benefit of maybe in terms of the quality of the audit. So, and how we can enhance audit quality with technology. So, and one solution for this is to include examples, as you discussed, of multi-purpose procedure, because I think currently there's only a dual-purpose example. Yeah, so it should be helpful for practitioner in the short term. But fundamentally, what we need to consider is that technology-based approach may be different from maybe human thinking, which is the base of current risk approach. So it should be a very huge issue. So, or maybe, I don't know, it's a really big thing, but I believe we should solve it step by step. So thinking about both short-term and long-term solution to provide better audit quality in a world where technology is rapidly accelerating. So this is very critical aspect in this project. So I'd like to hear how the project will proceed with this short and long-term issues. Thank you.
Chrissy?
And I suppose if I may, Mikiko, you mentioned so this technology, especially the technology-based procedures, may be different from the current risk-based approach. Would you mind just elaborating that a bit and just shed some light on how it's going to be different from the risk-based approach?
Yes. So I'm not in this field, so if I'm wrong, please let me know. But yes, so maybe risk approach is already based on the human thinking. So what I heard is historically before risk approach, auditors inspected everything because there were no technology, no risk approach. So they needed to see all the accounts maybe. So, but the risk approach, the merit is we can prioritize the resource. So that is what I'm understanding. But this is because we didn't have already sophisticated technology as we are having recently. So yeah, so and technology is not maybe we can go back to the very the first era where the audit was developed maybe because we can see all the things at once and we don't need to maybe prioritize something like that. So I'm not sure, I don't know, but I think the current audit standard already based on how human think and how a person, a human auditor, think this is a risk and this is risk, so we need to prioritize and then we will focus on that. But technology is thinking, I don't know this word is appropriate, but technology doesn't see things like this, so that maybe. So yeah, so what my point is, maybe we need to be, how to say, maybe we can think from different perspectives. So that is already to address a fundamental issue. But it should be very difficult, I think. So in the shorter term, we need a more illustrative, how to say, examples in application materials so that practitioner can understand, okay, so this multi-purpose procedure can be acceptable in the current standards. So that is really what people need. But in parallel, we need to think about something we can solve the issue fundamentally. So that is what I'm thinking.
Okay, thank you very much. Shoya?
Thank you, Tom. In general, I support the direction of consolidating, and I think currently in practice, the multiple or the dual purpose of test for control and test for detail maybe is better understood and being performed. I think the question is more on with the more and more use of technology. For example, the data analytics technology, whether some procedures can be defined as multi-purpose, which means it's both a risk assessment procedure at a more disaggregated level and substantive analytical procedures. So I agree with the notion that we might need to more outreach with the practitioners and introduce more examples. And I would also like to comment on the second example under 63. I think the second example might need to be reconsidered because the recalculate of the total sales order will not provide you with evidence in terms of control effectiveness. The standard says that not identifying misstatement doesn't mean the relevant controls operate effectively. So unless you give more context to this example, saying this calculation itself is a test of control, otherwise I won't take it as it will prove that the control is effective. Thank you.
Michelle?
So, thank you, Tom. I overall support the consolidating the terminology. Just a thought that currently the focus is on the nature of procedure, like risk assessment, TOD, SAP. Maybe perhaps focusing instead on the type of procedure, inspection, observation, confirmation, recalculation, reperformance, analytical procedures, and inquiries. This would allow us to perform a dual purpose test that identifies and responds to the risk while also meeting the requirements of all the each relevant ISA. So it's not about a procedure meeting the requirements of multiple procedures, but it's about changing the procedure and understanding when there is no more risk. These are my thoughts.
Okay. Makiko, is your tent up? Do you want to come back in?
No, that's also.
Chrissy, I'm going to turn it back to you.
Thank you, Tom. I just want to quickly react to some of the previous comments and raised by Xiaoyue. That comment on the example kind of really illustrates how these examples are not easy to come up. So, but a point taken that we will continue to revise these examples for sure. Just one quick feedback on the recalculation part. So the thinking is that it's a recalculation. It's the auditor's recalculation of the calculation that's done by the entity, and that could be a control over the accuracy of that transaction. And then the auditor, through the way of recalculation, is testing the operating effectiveness of that control over accuracy. So it's the key is their recalculation, as opposed to a calculation itself. So, but yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. If you give more background information to state at the beginning that the calculation of sales order is a control performed by the entity, then that makes sense. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, and appreciate that. And also to Vishal, I hear you on the comment about the type of the procedures. Also, when we analyze the ISAs also contain examples about the procedures that could perform by different types. There's a mix of different types of procedures in the ISAs, and that's not currently also being called out specifically, but we can go back and think about that. Thank you.
We got a good feedback here. This question, I think people are generally in support of the consolidation with some queries and caveats throughout. Should we turn to letter B?
Yes, please.
Okay. So you're asked about introducing a requirement to specify the auditor's responsibility when using an audit procedure for more than one purpose. People are reading their notes. Do I take that as support for introducing a requirement? Okay. What I suggest to do before we go to the next topic, which will engender some discussion, is that we take our lunch break right now. We're break in a few minutes early. I think we could still reconvene at 2 p.m. So you get an extra 7 minutes. And Philly's very excited about that. And good start to this discussion. So thank you, and thank you for your clear guidance. Okay, we're just been told if you're a new board member or TA there and staff, the photographer's here. Can we take our seats, please? Okay. Are we ready to go? Welcome back. Good afternoon, everyone. We've now made it to automated tools and techniques, as I affectionately call it, Winston, so we don't fight over the title. I was like, we're gonna call it something that people can't argue over. I'm gonna call it after my childhood dog. We'll focus on the principles here and less on the branded. Christy, I'm gonna turn it over to you.
And thank you, Tom. So over the past few months, this term automated tools and techniques, ATT, has become one of my best friends in my life. So I've been thinking about this all this long, and I'd like to walk you through where we stand on the description of ATT. So as we discussed in yesterday's session about the technology gap analysis, so the first and foremost issue in the technology gap analysis is about terminology and also about this term ATT. So specifically, there are two proposals that coming out of the information gathering as well as the technology gap analysis. So first and foremost is to consider replacing the term ATT with another term. And that's not the core of what we're trying to address here today. So the second one is to consider defining or describing or enhancing the current description that's in the proposed ISO 500 revised in audit evidence. So that the second point, that's what we're trying to describe and discuss in our issues paper, and specifically between paragraph 67 and 101 in the issues paper. So that issue paper outline our analysis as well as the proposed description of ATT. So before we dive into our proposal, I'd just like to walk through a little bit of the analysis that we have gone through in our thinking process. So this project team did a deep dive into where ATT appears in our standards. And it turns out that the term ATT is used across a number of the standards, including ISO 220, 315, 500, so on and so forth. So what stood out is that the ATT isn't just about performing or facilitating the performance of audit procedures. It has a broader role, which brings us to some of the important considerations that we will get to a little bit later as well. In addition, thinking about the description of ATT, we also went to the technology consultation group and also coordinate with the technology team as well. And their feedback, to get their feedback. And their feedback really boils down into some of the key points. And first and foremost, that technology, as well as the automated tools and techniques, is first and foremost tools. So they are tools that to facilitate the performance of the audit in the first place. And secondly, technology is very broad. And it's also developing at a very fast speed and exponentially. So, and to that extent, it is important to also keep the notion of technology broad in our standard, so that we can stay relevant as the technologies continue to advance and change, in a matter of weeks or months. So another advice is we shouldn't tie it to specific technologies, because we notice some of the other standard setters may have gone to the way that that's more narrower, or either thinking about defining that term in the context of data analytics, and that the technology consultation group has cautioned us not to go there. Again, to keep our standards really fit for purpose and be more timeless. And thirdly, also the technology want to focus a little bit on impact the audit risks. So despite that technology is a broad term, also we don't want to keep it too broad and bring on very onerous requirements onto the auditors and really focus on where it will impact the risk of the audit engagements. So with that in mind, we have come up with some refined description of the term ATT that's narrower than what technology is, but broad enough in order to include the relevant tools that may impact the audit risk. So just want to give that context for the revised description of ATT in general. And then the other thing that we talked about is finding a home for this best friend of mine. So we considered actually getting the, because as alluded to earlier, ATT is used broader than just on the facilitating the performance of the audit procedures. And then it gets to the audit engagement level. So we think that placing this term in ISA 220 would be a better placement for this term. So I'll pause here, and then when we go to the next slide, please. There are two questions for the board. And Tom, I'm thinking maybe we can also break out these two questions one by one.
Okay, so let's deal with A, about 220. Christelle?
Thank you. The option to include the definition of ATT in other standards than ISA 220, such as ISA 315, 330, and 500, sorry, could be considered. These standards are more directly related to the design and execution of audit procedures, which is where the term will be most applicable and effective. Thank you.
Nancy?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So what's in my mind is that I like to see if there's a possibility to bring it up one level. I know we have no intention to try to open up ISQM1, but I think where it really belongs should be in ISQM1 in the longer run, because we talk about it being a subset and it really needs to be described there. So right now we have 32F. It's broad enough, it covers it. If we were to pursue this further, I would like to know whether there's an ability to maybe make some changes to the AMs, because we need to talk about technological resources in a broader sense. And as we go further on this project, my view is that we would probably end up having a broader view as to what technological resources would encompass than what the AM is right now. If we don't think we can fit it into ISQM1, then 220 would be the next choice. Thanks.
Wendy?
It's an interesting observation. Thank you, Tom. No matter what we do, we need consistent and clear principles-based terminology in our standards. And I think that's some of the things that we're wrestling with, and understanding what is technology enabled and what AT&T are, because I think that is creating a lot of the conflict. I would support relocating the description of ATT to ISA 220. But then I know we don't want to talk about this, but I primarily believe that the description of ATT can be consumed into the broader description of technology enabled procedures, or whatever we name the baby. Winston, I think is what you said. So I think that is, I think also, and I think this will probably come up later in outreach, but it's important, and I think it's come up in the technology group as well. It's important to continue to ask the practitioners what we're doing, not the global office, not the national, the national level, but actually what's being done in the field to get a better understanding on how auditors interpret it, which might be way different than the way that we're looking at it. Thank you.
Shaye?
Because we've discussed, I think yesterday when we go through the technology catalog, that there is also an initiative to further explore the quality management methods relating to technology. So I think this description should also be included in ISQM 1, because for the use of whatever you call it, ATT or TEP, it's very critical that the firms should take quality management responsibilities in the first place. Then it goes down to the engagement level in 220. So I think should in both standard. Thank you.
Thank you. I have actually wrote the exact note tonight, my on my paper about if you're doing this in 220, how could you not do it in QM? And this is one of the things that drives me to think that QM is an avenue of discussion on technology. But in fact, you could have two different things. It could be effectively a consequential amendment, which is not reopening QM1 as well. And if we recognize that, that's a different discussion than the broader discussion we had yesterday about like what's the right action about application material and or non-authoritative guidance or standard setting in the QM space. So I don't think you could think about 220 without QM1 because these tools are being developed and acquired at a firm level, and there needs to be some governance around it. Nancy, so you're what?
Just very excited about your comments, so can't contain myself. That's why. So since we're naming Winston, could I just throw one more out there? Let's call it TTT, triple T, T cube. Then the T stands for technological, to be aligned with ISQM1, because right now we talk about technological resources, technological tools and techniques, that's the TTT, or technology enabled, which is more in line with our position statement. So just adding to the pile, not saying that we need a discussion now.
We're going to talk about names at a later date. Ada?
Thank you, Tom. There is, of course, an interlinkage with how we call it in ISQM 1 and 220. My thoughts on the question on whether it needs to sit in 220, I was wondering whether it shouldn't be in 200. But based on the interlinkage between ISQM 1 and 220, and also in light of where the belts and braces that the ISO 500 initially started, where that at the end may likely be also 220, I think 220 is a good place for it to reside. And I think that then flows quite well through the standards. Thank you.
So general support, there's a good question about QM1 of whether it needs to flow. And like, I don't think adding a description in QM1 is really a reopening of QM1. That would be, this is the land, like I know people are very sensitive about reopening QM1, but it seems to me that this would be quite a conforming and consequential amendment. I'm not sure what it would qualify, whether it's conforming or consequential, but I think it's.
So I do think we need description in the ISAs, not only in.
No, that's what I said, but I think you can't have it in 220 without.
Yeah, fair.
Without QM1, like it needs to be aligned because it's a firm-driven concept too. Okay, so is that good feedback for you? Okay, so should we turn to question 4B? The proposed refinements to the descriptions of ATT discussed in paragraph 101 of agenda item 7. Sammy.
Thank you, Tom, and the team. So with regard to the description, I just want to refer to the word automated, and maybe I'm somewhere where Nancy is. I feel that the word automated is getting somehow outdated or old-fashioned. Now the new word is digitalized, but I don't support. I'm not suggesting using digitalized tools and techniques because we don't know what's going to come next. First was automation, then digitalization, then I don't know what's next. So something more broad like technology-enabled tools or something of that sort might be something to consider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Christelle?
I have the same comment than Sami on automated. I think it can be misleading. For example, using a drone to perform an inventory count does not imply that the drone actions are automated. They may be fully directed by the auditor. So I think that we need to think a little bit more about the name. Additionally, the proposed definition could be more principle-based to ensure it remains relevant as new technology emerge. I will send to the staff the definition of automated tools and techniques that has been recently added to the French auditing standards for consideration when they will work on the definition in the ISA. Thank you.
Makika?
Thank you, Tom. Yes, in terms of the term of ATT, I agree with Sami and Crystal said, and I hear a lot of voices on that automation is a little bit maybe old-fashioned, and also when we think about, for example, AI or something, recently human in the loop, this kind of concept is very important. So maybe automatic, this kind of terminology might not be appropriate. And my comment is, the main comment is about the ATT description. So what I like to suggest is that we have a clearer criteria about which technology is included in ATT. Maybe that might be a principle-based thing, but rather than articulating specific technology in description. But the difficult thing is, I think, what kind of criteria we can have. So I like to show some possible ways of thinking, taking a drone as an example, because drone was included in the current description. So the first way of thinking is that ATT should be an extension of intellectual function of human being, not our physical function. So with this, a pure drone, which flies, is not an ATT, shouldn't be ATT because that is just a physical extension of our function because we cannot fly. So, and it can be something similar to Zoom meeting, for example, because we can use this because we cannot go to other place at once. So, but in case drone is equipped with other functions such as analytical function, in that case, maybe the drone might be included in ATT. And the other way of thinking is that maybe ATT can be something beyond the current expertise of auditors. So I think most auditors can detect if Zoom functions well or not, but maybe drone, it may not be possible. So in that case, maybe the predictability or controllability by auditors may be a key. So we may judge drones should be included in ATT in that case. Or at the third way, so this is the last one, but the third way of thinking is that ATT should be commonly accepted by society. So it was very interesting, but what I heard is some decades ago, auditors were not able to use calculators due to lack of reliability. So, and they needed to calculate manually, but no one think like this today. So I'm not sure. I show the way of thinking, but I'm not sure which way of thinking is the best. But my point is, we should have a clear criteria so that auditor can easily judge whichever technology comes. This should be ATT or not, even in the changing technology and changing perception of society. Thank you.
Now, okay, you raise a really interesting point. It's sort of the drone itself is not it is a technology, but it's not the actual technology that's being used. In fact, you're using it to take an image that's somehow being transformed to data, whether it's like how filled the oil storage is, or the quantity of water or the stock. But there is an underlying algorithm that has taken some piece of information, and it's the algorithm that you effectively care about in that instance. Robert?
A similar comment like Nancy or Sammy. I think we need to think about the term by itself, AT&T or something new. And for the definition, we will provide some offline comments to you. So you think about, I think I won't be the only one providing offline comments for the definition. And then a personal reflection or observation. We're just discussing the term AT&T with respect to this agenda item today. Shouldn't we have it discussed maybe yesterday when we talked about our technology position, or are we going to get into this discussion? Because these two agenda items, they somehow right now interrelate with each other, but this is just a personal reflection. Thank you.
Well, I think that it's one and the same. In fact, whatever we decide here will have an impact on the technology item. It's a geography element. Effectively, we're doing it within the context of this project, only because the technology, partly what we learned in the first go around on audit evidence, and partly with what we've learned in our gap analysis, that we have to do it. Wendy?
So thank you, Tom. Lots of consequential and conforming amendments will be needed. And that's what came to mind actually for me when Nancy was speaking earlier about 32F, that maybe we have to change some of the words depending on what we include elsewhere. As it relates to paragraph 101, we will also send in some offline comments, which I'm sure you're going to get a lot of. But for example, even first, I'll say a lot of the words I found there I liked because I put it into Chat GPT or one of those AI tools, and I see a lot of the words that came back out at me. But I think, for example, IT applications might need to be tweaked because there is IT applications in 315 refers to the entity, not the auditor. And then a whole other area of AI may not be just another example. We likely need to differentiate between AI and Gen AI, and then maybe do some education sessions, but wandering past your original question, and yes, I promise you will get some comments on paragraph 101.
Nancy?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So a number of comments on paragraph in the box of 101, and maybe I'll just refer to why I think we need to tweak. And I suggested some wording, and I've sent it on to Kalina and Christy in advance. So first of all, I'm not going to quibble about ATT. We just call it Winston, right? So Winston, subset, whatever. So the first in that first paragraph in the first sentence, we talk about referring to IT applications. So totally with Wendy there. I don't think we can stay with that term because it's very narrowly defined. And IT applications essentially is just software, and it's broader than that. So whatever we do, we need to do something there. I did make a suggestion. I suggest that refers to technology-enabled tools and use of information systems in planning. So suggested some wording for the staff to consider. The second part about IT applications, the example of using data modeling and drone technology, that one is actually okay in my case, because we're citing an example, or actually two examples. And those are factual examples that are in use right now, so that does not disturb me. That third sentence, though, developed using AI and robotic process automation, that one I trip up a little bit. Developed using, I think it's more limiting in terms of the state of play of technology. I would suggest, say, other examples may include the use of artificial intelligence and so on. So it's just broader. These are other examples that touches AI and RPA. So something a little bit broader for the team to consider. Into that second paragraph, we then talk about the spreadsheet. When I read that first sentence, this is the first, the clause, right, before the but. I somehow felt uneasy. And I wonder, we didn't say it's Excel, but I wonder what Microsoft would say about reading a sentence like that. What do we mean by saying that spreadsheet software without specific programming? And what is that specific programming that we're talking about? It's not a Winston. So where my head is at is that, can we talk about the use, okay, using it, right? So we're not talking about the software itself, the use of a standalone general purpose spreadsheet. So if it's standalone, you're not interfacing, you're not accepting data from doing a lot of import, export, fancy kind of, exchanging with other databases kind of thing. So use of a standalone general purpose software without further programming. Otherwise, we're behooved to sort of explain this specific, so I don't know if we need to go there. So again, wording that I provided. And then that is not considered a Winston, the use of applying a Winston. So using Excel, if it's on a standalone basis without further programming, we're not considering it as, so something like that. So I forwarded that onward, and I would just drop the but and all of that. I think you're confusing matters, and I don't think we're explaining ourselves too clearly, and maybe limiting in terms of our imagination on how best to leverage off Excel. I mean, out there in the actual entities, if you will. So through FEI and ICD in Canada, I go to some of these webinars and alike. A lot of people are still relying on Excel to generate information, but not just straightforward use of Excel. So where do you start to cross the line and then it becomes a Winston, or it stays as something that we don't consider Winston? So that line might not be easy to draw. So just sort of bear that in mind. And if we take it out, it avoids that. If you really feel you want to describe that, then put it in further back. So this is the description. So maybe it's further explanation to the description. So it depends on how strongly you feel about including that example. Final point, Mr. Chair, I'll wrap up quickly. Talking about related audit applications continue to evolve. I got tripped up on the word evolve. It's not just evolution that we may be talking about. We talk about the advent of technology. It's what is it, Moore's law, 18 months. And people are saying that we're exceeding those kind of speed. So I would be more comfortable if we say something like, because technology and its use in engagements continue to advance at a fast pace or rapidly. So something of that kind. So a few thoughts that I'm offering up, and I did send my comments to the team.
Thank you. Ada?
Thank you, Tom. And I guess the discussion around the table points to the difficulty of this, because people want specificity, but also a broadness. And I wonder, so I personally think we're trying to be too specific. It is, I personally think if you use a spreadsheet or a spreadsheet application, that is technology. You use something in the audit How do you know it's appropriate for use? At the end of the day, it is about the guardrails, whether it's AI or a drone or a calculator or a spreadsheet. You're using it. Is it doing what I expect it to do? Most of these measures will sit at the firm level anyway. Under ISQM1, they purchase the software. They need to make a determination whether it's appropriate for use. And I'm wondering if we think more around how do we create that the guardrails, that the terminology may not matter as much. It's a tool, it's a utensil. Winston, love that. But we don't necessarily need to tie it to either digitized, because it can also be mechanical. You use it in a certain way. If the mechanics don't work, you're also toast. And so I'm trying to see if we can make it a little bit more principle based. Thank you.
Okay, but I'm with you, a little bit on this, but then I'm sort of like, so do we have to judge? We could write numbers on a piece of paper. Do we have to evaluate the appropriateness of paper? Like the Excel spreadsheet, just from its mere existence, isn't a tool. Effectively, it's a digital representation of things. It's the transformational element that goes into the Excel spreadsheet that makes it useful technology, right? And so this was a theme that Makika raised, that there's something that about the calculation, the ability to calculate, the ability to transform, that makes it a tool. But I think you're right, is like the more specificity we get, the harder this will become to us, even with the use of examples, because the descriptions around AI are even in itself changing rapidly. So I think you got a lot of input. I think you may have to so-called noodle on this and come back to us about refining it, but I think people are generally supportive of the direction with some caveats throughout. So I'll kind of back to you.
Yep, point well taken. Thank you all for your inputs and comments, and especially for those that sent in your comments earlier. So we really appreciate that. And then as a team, we're also, to Ado's point earlier, kind of challenged with balancing the breadth and also the specificity of this term. And we recognize the importance of both. So we'll take it back and then bring another version to you later. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. On to my least favorite acronym in the world. Like any acronym that's 6 letters long is an acronym that shouldn't exist.
Would you like to give me a name that I can use instead? Another dog. Yeah. Michelle, could you just move to the next slide, please? Thank you. So I have this topic, and to avoid saying classes of transactions, account balances, and disclosures, I'm going to pronounce this co-tabs. And I know different people pronounce this differently, but I will at least pretend it's a word, and we'll go with that. This topic, I get quite excited about because I know it leads to a lot of debate. This topic could also have been called paragraph 18 of ISA 330, or just paragraph 18. But before basically turning you to the question that we have on the topic, I wanted to provide a bit more context for how we've approached the issue and our work in this area in general. And we started with ultimately what is the problem that we're trying to solve here. And if we summarize it at a high level, it's one of inconsistent interpretation and application with a paragraph in our standards that then has several consequences, including some challenges with consistently enforcing it. And so our starting point faced with that was to go back to make sure that we had clarity on the intended objective of the paragraph. And so the past decisions that the IAASB had made at the time, especially of adopting ISA 315 revised in 2019, to make sure that we had clarity on the intended purpose, for lack of a better word, of the paragraph at the moment. And so to clarify, that work led us to highlight that ultimately the paragraph is there as a safeguard, a safety net, which is intended to minimize risk to a range of stakeholder groups. And it's intended to minimize risks that could arise in two areas, which would be either a material misstatement might exist in a material code tab if you have not identified all risks of material misstatement. So it's that safeguard against imperfect risk assessment. Or in another circumstance where if the auditor's procedures designed in response to a risk of material misstatement only included tests of controls for that class of transactions, account balances and disclosures. So then thinking about that safety net perspective in light of the issues and the questions that we heard in our information gathering, we then asked ourselves whether that basis, that objective, what paragraph 18 intends to achieve, still makes sense to all our stakeholder groups and so on. And one is, and this is from two perspectives, is this still appropriate as described in our proposed action, the project proposal? From one perspective is whether that intended purpose of the requirement is really meeting the needs of our various stakeholder groups and in terms of ensuring that our standards are ultimately serving the public interest appropriately. And then there's one that's a more conceptual basis. And anybody who's ever met me knows that I will love a conceptual discussion. Having said that, as the IAASB and as the staff team, we thought it was appropriate that actually before proceeding further, what was the appropriate next step was to actually do some further targeted outreach with some stakeholder groups that we had not necessarily heard from directly. And actually one of the stakeholder groups who would be served by this requirement is our user group, investors and users of financial statements. And so that sort of led to our perspective that in order to actually determine how to best progress forward on this issue, we needed to ask those questions first through more targeted outreach. And so that sort of gives you the context of why we got to where we are today. And only on the basis of what we hear will we determine further steps, what further steps, if any, are appropriate. So Michelle, or if we can move to the next slide. So in that context, the question that we had for the board is whether there's anything else that we haven't thought about in terms of our process and our approach in leading us here, whether it's technical issues, how best to approach the outreach that's being planned for the next little while, or any other matters you wanted to raise on this topic. Thank you.
So to be clear, are you not asking for people's viewpoints on the topic itself, or are you looking more for how to guide our outreach?
To the extent that those views on the topic itself likely relate to technical issues that we've highlighted, I think it's really around, if the understanding is that we've misrepresented something, we obviously want to hear about that. But fundamentally, it's really our approach, the next steps that we've planned, do they make sense in light of the broader issue?
Bill?
I fully understand that we've agreed that 315 is scoped out of this project. But as we get into this sort of discussion, I get a strong overlap with 315, and I'm not proposing, I guess I'm asking a question. How do you plan to deal with that?
I suppose the simplest answer is that, as you say, 315 revised is not in scope of the project. The post-implementation review of 315 will happen in due course. To the extent that anything that comes out of our work down the line would require any kind of conforming or consequential amendment to 315, we would, but we're not proposing to revisit fundamental principles in 315, nor anything of that nature.
Really?
Yeah, and maybe, Bill, your question has also highlighted, I think, the question that Tom asked. What we really do need from the board is, have we captured the issue correctly? So the information that we have in the issues paper, is that an accurate representation of what the issue is? Because this is the issue, to Anna's point, that we're going to further explore We have already heard a lot from certain stakeholder groups for previous consultations and so on and ongoing outreach. The one group we haven't heard from are users, and we will they'll give you a little bit of an update of what we're going to do there. But have we captured all the nuances of the issue? So Bill's question for me is a nuance to that, and we can then respond to that, because I do agree. I think the stand back requirement that was introduced, is it a stand back? I can't remember now, but the stand back requirement that was introduced in ISA 315, I don't think that is in doubt. That is what we've articulated. But it's good that we ask those questions, because we want to understand, have we fully captured all the nuances of this issue?
Thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Tom. Couple of things caught my eye here. One was the user perspective and the idea of further outreach. And I guess I was just thinking whether that was even appropriate, given the nature of what this is. This is a highly technical matter and underpinning reasonable assurance in a risk-based audit. What are users going to, I mean, they just want a good audit done. They want a high quality audit. It just seems that it's around this table we decide what a good quality audit requires. So I was just struggling with what perspective, like, what are we going to ask them? Do you want a requirement in there that covers for an imperfect risk assessment? You know, I mean, I don't know. I struggled to get my head around what users could contribute to what is a very technical thing that is really, you know, users just want a good output. The other one was the likely rare comments you made. I think in a lot of audits, if not most audits, there's certain numbers that I think are, you know, might be big numbers, but are pretty straightforward. And property, plant and equipment sort of springs to mind, equity, I think you mentioned, but even certain expenditure items, even like payroll in a small organization where you can clearly see all the employees, you know, we're in a really risk-based audit where the auditor's thinking smart about the audit. I just do want, so I think it's less rare. So I think we're over-egging the likely rare angle on this. It's more common, I suspect, than we put forward in the papers. So just a couple of thoughts there. But yeah, thank you.
Okay. Wendy?
All right. Thank you, Tom. So this is an interesting one for me because obviously I'm from the US and I have the AICPA standards and the PCAOB standards, which are different than 330.18. And so I was going to focus on the outreach in the opposite way or in a different way than Greg, in the sense that I'm not sure the investors and users know those differences. And the difference is relevant assertions is the word used in the AICPA and the PCAOB standards. But that doesn't mean it's less of an audit. It's a risk-based audit. So, you know, I thought maybe, you know, because PCAOB is global as well. It's not, I mean, AICPA is definitely US, but the PCAOB is global. And so these investors are also going to be international investors. And I think they need to know the difference. I'm gonna send in some examples to illustrate how risk assessment judgments related to material cotabs in accordance with ISA 315, including the use of technology, so maybe it'll serve two purposes, support quality and how concerns about not testing material balances can be alleviated. So I've moved away from the outreach part. I don't think I have anything else to add, but I do think it's important to note the differences in the two sets of standards in the papers and in the outreach. Thank you.
Talina?
Yeah, just wanted to go back to Greg's point, and it's a good question, which I think should be clarified, especially as we are moving now into the new due process environment and having built out specific requirements, not just in the PIF elements of the due process, but also the due process itself. So the board at a certain point in time will have to assess the adequacy of consultation on certain matters. And that would involve staff making reasonable efforts, best efforts, that it has outreach to groups to which certain requirements in our standards are relevant, but they do not respond usually to our consultations. And a typical example being the user group. So as we move into this PIF environment, I guess we have to consider that to be able to give the board some comfort that they have considered all perspectives and not just assuming that a certain perspective is being addressed adequately. Having said that, I recognize the challenge, and it's a very technical issue, and it's a difficult issue. So what we are doing in the background is we are digesting this information through examples, through a very easy to read cover note, which we plan to use for the outreach. It's not going to be a technical paper for sure that we will use in this discussion, with some examples and some questions. Obviously, there would be explanations around this, and in terms of interacting with the stakeholder group, I can speak about a little bit more about it. We are going to invest some time explaining the issue adequately, so they're able to weigh in into it. But from the board's perspective, staff is really trying to follow the due process and give you some comfort in terms of complying with the due process. Thank you.
Thank you. Neil?
Thank you, Tom. I mean, I think when I think about the issue, without getting drawn on what the view is as to whether it's required or not, the question is what needs to be done around this stakeholder outreach. And my sense is we can be quite specific and targeted to say, how often has a material misstatement been identified in an account where risk hadn't been picked up? And so be targeted, because what's the purpose of this requirement? The purpose of this, is my sound coming in? So the purpose of the requirement is that we have a flawed risk assessment, and therefore there's a material account that we will perform procedures over. How often have those procedures identified a material misstatement and do some specific research? And if we said never, then we're going to say, well, what's the purpose of that requirement? Because these procedures aren't identifying a misstatement, the risk assessment was appropriate. So I do think we can be pretty clear and specific on getting that research, and that would then validate whether this requirement is actually worthwhile or not. I see the research that says the requirement is poorly executed, but that makes sense because the auditors don't know what risk to respond to or the extent of evidence they need to obtain. So I think when you go and dig into whether they're executing it well, it's because it's not clear as to what needs to be done. So I wouldn't necessarily use that as a piece that it needs to be retained in your research. But I think there's some research that can be done that will clearly demonstrate whether this requirement is useful or not.
Kika?
Thank you. Yes, I think I support, I fully support that you will conduct a further outreach, which is written in 113. Yes, and in terms of Greg's point, you're right, it's very technical issue. And for me, who comes from outside of audit, it's very technical. But if we don't open up what auditors are doing, this is really auditors are doing. So we don't open up the discussion. They never say any opinion. So we, of course, need to explain thoroughly. And I tried actually before the board meeting, I tried understanding by myself, and then I tried to explain, but that works. So I think it's a very good idea to outreach and also open up the what auditors are doing. And I think in terms of the when we outreach, so I think this 113 also says it's rare to face non-significant but material Kotab. Sorry, I'm still struggling with this, how to pronounce, but it's rare. So this information is very useful because I think stakeholders don't know how rare it is or not. So when we outreach to stakeholders, I think beneficial to have more information about the frequency, how frequently practitioners are facing this kind of situation, and also if there is any case where material misstatements were identified as a result of the procedure performed of non-significant but material hotap. So that kind of information is very helpful. I think you already said it's it is in a kind of, for example, land or equity, that kind of account. But those kind of concrete information is very helpful when we outreach to investors and stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. So yeah, I just echo parts of Neil's comments that this is a requirement that is poorly understood as to what we need to do, because the auditor has already determined there's no risk of material misstatement. And now we need to do work. So what do we need to do work on in a risk-based model? Which of course then leads to potential inspection, differences of views with the practitioners, and complexity all around. And I just wonder whether we are not making too much of a meal out of this. I struggle also with the word safety net. If you ask anybody whether they want the safety net removed, nobody's going to say yes. And I think the context of the safety net. So maybe we can talk about lines of defense, because you have a robust risk. So nobody questioning the audit risk model. So assuming that that is still a valid presumption, we have a much more robust standard in respect of risk management, what to do, what to consider. Then in that very same standard, it says, okay, you've done all of this. You've identified all your relevant assertions. And then there could be accounts that would be material, but there are no significant risks identified. So now think again, are you sure that's correct? That's maybe the second line of defense, or the first, depends on the perspective. But then, and this is what we're talking about, this is the next line of defense. Just in case everything fails, you're just going to do work. And that's something that I feel needs to also be that appropriately brought out. I like to comment on the PCAOB, that they have a different point of view. They serve a significant amount of investors and users of financial statements. That it's understood by the users that are being talked to. Well, the other comment I would make is, well, outreach needs to be balanced across. And I know that the project team is doing it. I'm helping with them in talking with the forum of firms. But that may not be as clear from the paper, that we are reaching out more broadly than only the users. But the users, clearly they need to have a voice, but we need to be able to ask the right questions as well in the right context. Thank you.
Anna?
No, thank you. I wanted to summarize, well, not so much summarize, but I think just two things that I'm hearing, I think are jumping out at.
Before we start summarize, Shaji wants to come in, and then we could get to summary.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I would like to share something happening in China when we introduced 315 into China. In translating that standard, there have been a lot of debates from when we expose that standard for public comments, practitioners just don't understand what's the purpose and what's the meaning of a material code bed. And it caused a lot of frustration in reading the standards, understanding standard, and implement it. And one of the consequences is that we, in China, we finally decided to change the significant account into relevant account, just for the purpose to differentiate between, sometimes it's too confusing to understand what's the difference between significant and material. Especially when you think about when you perform an ICFR audit, material weakness is more severe than significant deficiency. So what do we mean by material and significant? So it's all that. And if we think about what's the value of that requirement to investors and what's the interpretation or expectations from the regulators, investors, I'm not sure about the value. Whether this requirement brings more value or it's not. I'm really not convinced, because when I deliver a training to all my partners, I felt extremely difficult to explain this concept. So if you read the paragraph 110, it's talk about if omitting, misstating, or obscuring would reasonably expected to influence the decision of the users. I would say if something meets that definition, shouldn't there be a wrong anyway, even at the lower end of the spectrum, right? So it's just well. And also the paragraph, the next paragraph 111 is talk about, it's based on materiality rather than significance. But the concept of materiality itself is both qualitative and quantitative. But here it seems like it implies the materiality is referring to only the quantitative side, but it's qualitative. So when it's qualitative, it's significant. So where does it lead us to? So I fully support that we need to do more outreach on this topic, and an important stakeholder group are the practitioners. And myself, as both took participant in the standard setting and the implementation of 315 in China, I would strongly support we revisit this requirement in 315. Thank you.
Well, okay, and I'm going to turn to you because I really cut you off. But to me, one of the considerations are we've heard a few assertions that this requirement's not useful because it doesn't add value. And I'm not debating that point, but there must be a reason that it exists, and there must be some view amongst the regulatory community that it has a value. So I don't see our being able to easily address that point without regulatory outreach as well. Because, if we could have a discussion about how actually how it's being implemented, so that's the practitioner point of view. But if there's a disconnect with the regulatory world, even if we wanted to consider it, I think it would raise questions about the public interest here. So maybe what we're hearing is that it's not that the issues are not outlined appropriately, but to some extent we need a slightly broader outreach on this topic, not just user related, but that engages both practitioners and regulators in almost a dialogue here about actually how this requirement is being reflected in practice today, and how valuable it is and what the consequences of alternative paths are. Galina?
Yes, thanks, Tom. And Edo mentioned briefly, and just to reconfirm the point that you are making. So our broader outreach program that will include firms and it will include regulators will obviously address this point in addition to the outreach with users. So it will be a topic that will be brought on the table with various stakeholder groups, and going to users is only one of the things we are doing. It is highlighted in the paper here is because we wanted to make the board aware that this particular group we haven't heard from yet. It doesn't mean that other groups we will not do more. On the other hand, when the project was being scoped, there were discussions with the firms, practitioners and regulators specifically on this topic. So certain information has already been gathered in that respect. Obviously more to be done, but just wanted to reassure the board that it will be broader than just users.
But this one may be a specific topic that you actually need the practitioners and regulators in a room together.
Possibly also, yes, and it's on the table at a point in time when we are ready to do so.
I apologize for being rude.
No, you want, to be honest, I used the word summarize and I actually meant I had a question, but so then I got caught and then Kalina has now said half of what I was going to say. So thank you, I appreciate it. We're operating as a team here.
In the name of efficiency, then we can move on, right?
I do still have a question that I just wanted to clarify, that Neil and I think Ado, your question I think was the same, and I just want to make sure that it is. Ado, I think you asked the question about the question, and Tom, you reiterated it, whether the requirement is achieving its purpose. And Neil, you asked how many times, how the procedures that we've done as a result of it found the material misstatement. That is the question. Okay, I got it right. Okay. Yes, and then my note was just tell you that the outreach was balanced and that the reason we'd focused on users was because we'd not heard from them previously, whereas we had. So that was what we had. So thank you. I think, Tom, you've actually nicely summarized it, so we can actually move on then.
So let's move on towards the next section. Fadi.
Yeah. Thank you, Tom. Conscious of time, just a quick introduction. So the information gathering highlighted a number of issues around the design and performance of test of controls by the auditors. One of the conceptual issues we want to discuss today with the board is whether it is clear or explicit in the ISAs that test of controls alone can provide sufficient audit evidence that a material COTAP is free from a risk of material misstatement at an assertion level. So as a project team, we explored this and we identified the examples of circumstances. We cited 4 in the issues paper, and you can see on the slide. And we would like to hear the board's view on this matter, on this concept. So Michelle, if we can turn. So we have 2 questions. One is that if the board agrees that test of controls alone may, in certain circumstances, provide sufficient audit evidence, sufficient appropriate audit evidence. And second question is whether, as a project team, there are any other matters that we need to consider in undertaking further work on test of controls. Tom, turn it to the board.
Okay. Question 6. Can we take A and B together? Chriselle.
I agree that test of controls may, in certain circumstances, provide sufficient audit evidence at the assertion level. This is especially true in highly automated environments where substantive procedures may yield limited audit evidence compared to test of controls. So the level of automation within the entity should be considered as a key factor in determining when tests of controls alone are appropriate. And the criteria that you propose appear to be appropriate, but would probably need some refinement at the drafting stage. Thank you.
Kiko?
Thank you. Yes, I have a question about the assumption of our discussion related to this question A. I think in 127 paragraph, it says either are not explicit whether such approach is appropriate. This is related to the question A. But I think it appears that either 330 paragraph A4 small a stipulates such evidence can be considered sufficient, saying the auditor may determine that only by performing test of control may the auditor achieve an effective response to the assessed. So I would like to confirm if we should assume this procedure is already allowed currently, but we should continue to allow it, or assume it's not allowed now. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? So by lack of 10 cards, I take in people agree A, and that absent what's been said, there's no other specific matters that should be considered. Xiaoyai?
I would have big concerns on test of control being the only further audit procedures to perform to address ROM for a few reasons. I think the first one is it might not be a reason. I think on this point, we definitely need to get the views from the regulators and the investors. It's critical whether they accept it or not. Secondly, we know that internal control has its inherent limitations, and we are also saying that management override of control exists in all the engagements, and also test for control. That piece of evidence is solely from internal resources. So if you put all these three factors together, are we comfortable test of control would be enough to address a ROM, even if it's a low ROM? And thirdly, I think we, both the entity and the auditors, need to have a very sound knowledge and skill set about the controls to make that option work. So if I ask myself or ask my peers in this profession, are you sure you possess that knowledge and skill set? I would say not yet. We are not ready. And the fourth consideration is that I believe that PCOB standard is saying that your response to ROM should include substantive procedures. If it's a significant risk, you should perform test for details. In some way, I can see the logic in that, and it's clear to all parties. So by saying that we will allow test of control to be the only response to ROM, will create an important difference between the two sets of standard. I'm not saying we can't do that, but there has to be very strong reason for that. And last and not least, because in China, all the listed companies, we are actually required by regulations to perform ICFR audit on top of financial statement audit every year. And when performing an ICFR audit, auditors actually don't stop at test of controls because the evidence derived from the test of controls is still not enough to support an opinion on ICFR. You would need to perform further or substantive procedures to add credit to your judgment on the effectiveness of controls, or at least which would the test detail will show you there's no contradictory evidence about your conclusion on control effectiveness. So in that regard, I don't see, there is a very solid reason for us to take this step at this moment. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to react to some of the things that you've said, because the question is in certain circumstances, and you immediately dove towards risk of material misstatements. But there are material code apps that do not carry a risk of material misstatements, where in the previous discussion, it was on the table, well, should we do any work at all? So would test of controls in itself be sufficient for such a balance? One could even argue, if it doesn't carry a significant risk and the controls indeed operate or are designed and operate effectively, I think can ask ourselves the question. But I'm not. I agree, when and dependent on the level of risk, controls testing won't be sufficient. So but that's also built in our audit risk model. You need to do more as the risk increases. But if there is no risk or no identified risk, and we have the safety net already of are you sure that there's no risk, do you need it? So the question is a little bit more holistic, and I also don't necessarily agree that you need to do test of details to affirm the test of controls. You do that in an integrated audit, of course you have to, but it's not a requirement. I didn't think it was a requirement, but Wendy would be able to explain that to me much clearly. Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe I would like to echo a few of your points. The material callback. I think when I say test of control, I'm thinking about not material callback, but a significant callback. Yeah. And also the ICFR, because we do have some cases in China where there are two auditors working on one listed company. One is the ICFR auditor, and the other is the financial statement auditor, which is rare because under PCOB, you have only one firm, right? But I'm thinking, what's the reason behind having one firm is preferred to having two firms? Maybe part of the reason is these two cannot be split, right? They are together. They are ultimately one thing. And in those cases I referred to where there are two auditors working on two audit reports, they do work together because that ICFR auditor will not issue opinion unless he got an understanding of the work performed by the FS auditor, whether you have identified any misstatement, NOCLA or fraud or any other significant issues to assist the ICFR auditor to conclude on the control effectiveness. So I'm still believe that, task for control to address a wrong, maybe not, I'm not convinced. Thank you.
Josephine?
Thank you. Yes, given that we've only had two voices, I just also want to lend my support for exploring this further. I agree completely with Ado on this point, and also that the whole purpose of a system of internal control is so management puts in place controls to prevent, detect, and so forth, and also prevent risk of material misstatements. So it seems to me that we actually probably need to do a lot more work around controls, and we should encourage audit work around controls. It's more effective in some ways, and it's certainly more efficient. So I do encourage the team to explore this further. Thank you.
Anna?
I just wanted to use a minute to come back to Mikiko because I realized that we've not she raised a fair question, and I just wanted to reply to it, which was whether currently, like what the status actually is under current ISAs, which is the reference is A4 little a in ISA 330, which says that, for example, and this is in the context of determining what procedures are appropriate to be designed in response to a ROM. And it says, for example, the auditor may determine that, and it says only by performing tests of controls may the auditor achieve an effective response to the assessed risk of material misstatement for a particular assertion. And I suppose I just wanted to, the construct of only by doing tests of controls is intended to mean, yes, the auditor will not be able to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence if they do not perform tests of controls, but it is not intended to be read as test of controls alone necessarily. So I just wanted to point out that distinction, if that helped.
And just to add, Mikiko, maybe we can discuss later. In the issues paper, paragraph 127, we highlighted two paragraphs in the ISAs. By coincidence, they have the same number, A43, in 200 and 330. This will lead you in a way that you have to, in certain circumstances, also test, do further audit procedures other than test of controls alone. And this is where the ambiguity is coming off. But we can just, again, conscious of time, we can discuss later. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on question 6?
Thank you. Could we move forward one slide? So I get the honor of running you through the last topic, which we've broadly captured as substantive procedures because we had one on test of controls. And this is actually starting to pick up a little bit of the discussion that happened earlier on multi-purpose procedures, because the context of the question that came up in information gathering was basically we've got all these new tools and ways of doing things that is coming up with more frequently questions about what kind of procedure have I achieved? What purpose was I seeking to achieve? Have I done a test of detail? Have I done a substantive procedure, a substantive analytical procedure even? And so we were effectively, having heard that in a number of different contexts, prompted to investigate whether that distinction between different types, or for lack of, between the two different substantive procedures that we identify in the definition, there was still a fair distinction. And if so, what that distinction was. And then this would be the prompt off from which we would then seek to maybe define test of details if that distinction is appropriate, and substantive analytical procedures separately. So we did some preliminary analysis of how the two procedures work in practice. And so we came up with effectively some distinguishing features. And on the basis of our evaluation, we sort of concluded that the distinction is still appropriate. They are different ways of doing something that is sufficiently distinct. That means that the distinction is appropriate. And therefore, this is important because the requirement that we currently have that requires us to, in certain circumstances, in response to significant risks of material misstatement, if we're only doing substantive procedures, that those procedures should include test of details. We found no compelling reason to remove that effectively on the basis of this distinction standing. So if we move to the next question, that's the background context for the questions that we have for you. If we can move forward a slide for the question, and we can then take it in order if they're stuck. So we just have a question on basically that we can take. Oh, thank you. Sorry. I think we can take them at the same time because they're related and in the interest of time. But Tom, if you would rather have them separate.
I think they can be taken together. Christelle?
I support the idea that the distinction between test of detail and substantive analytical procedures remains appropriate, but I believe these terms should be explicitly defined in the ISA. The definition used in French auditing standards could provide a good foundation for this, and I will send them to you offline. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Neil, you sort of reaching at it.
Go for it, Rainy. So you want me to speak? Yeah. I'll just double checking on the question. The one thing I wanted to confirm from the group is I thought we received some feedback during the 500 exposure specifically addressing this. I was quite keen to get as to whether that was considered, understood, included as part of the analysis. My sense was that it didn't necessarily support this conclusion, but I'm interested in your views. I wasn't fully in agreement with this. I do think that there are examples of analytical procedures that are specifically disaggregated, really targeted, well performed, that can get you sufficient evidence. And so I'm not currently on board with the position that we've reached. And I think really well designed analytical procedures could beat a poorly designed test of detail.
Wendy?
Yeah, I have a similar observation. It's hard for me to look at this without technology, and I think that's the way we're looking at it now. So while I appreciate the direction, I think technology does need to come into the analysis because it will impact the nature and extent of substantive. And when I say substantive procedures, that for me includes tested details and substantive analytics. And that also said, here's another plug for the PCAOB. They did a really good job of defining tested details, so maybe we could leverage off of that. And that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill.
Just to agree with Neil, I also believe substantive analytics can, if appropriately designed, reduce risk sufficiently without substantive procedures. I would have to be simple balances though.
Sammy?
Yes, with regard to question B, the question is to consider whether substantive analytical procedure by itself sufficient without test of details. But I wonder if we can also look at the other side, if test of details by itself can be considered to be sufficient without substantive analytical procedures, because sometimes substantive analytical procedures gives you, as to Neil's point, more evidence, more direction than test of details in some cases.
Okay. Josephine?
Unfortunately, my experience on this substantive analytical procedures is still that they're done very poorly. And that unfortunately, yeah, and as I say, it is unfortunate, but that is the case. And so my view on this is that it would not provide sufficient appropriate audit evidence until such stage that we feel that the work effort around those substantive analytical procedures are actually being performed well. We get evidence to the contrary of what we're hearing now. So I just don't think we're in a place yet from a performance perspective where we could ever support something like this, personally. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, back to the team.
Thanks, Tom. I suppose I just wanted to maybe respond to a couple of points, just for those of you who've mentioned definitions or descriptions. So the PCAOB description of test of detail, the French definition of test of detail, we have been looking at them in the context of basically the next steps that fed off this action, which is around defining the terms. And we also use those definitions to do effectively some of this comparative analysis of the key features. Really what this analysis was seeking to do was to go back to the fundamental, I guess, concepts underpinning what these procedures are, to just go back to the fundamental principles. To Wendy's point, yes, this was a matter that came up in the context of technology because it made it come up more regularly. And at the same time, it was pointing to those key conceptual questions underpinning it. So we've spent quite a lot of this past quarter nutting out some of these discussions. So thank you. I think I've made a note of these points. I just wanted to give you that maybe bit of comfort that this was on the basis also of exploring what other contexts have been doing. But we're doing more now on that.
Okay.
My turn. Down to the last 5 minutes. So it's going to be, Michelle, could you please move the slides to professional skepticism, please? So as you may recall, professional skepticism is one of the 3 project objectives that support the public interest in the audit evidence and risk response project. The Audit Evidence Task Force have done work on enhancing professional skepticism in a holding package that's described in the issues paper. And what we're presenting to you now are our initial views and recommendations on how we can enhance the exercise of professional skepticism in 330 and 520. So these are, just a caveat that these are just initial views and recommendations. And obviously, considering that professional skepticism is such a fundamental concept that permeates everything that the auditor does, I think we get much of the enhancements would probably be brought to life through application material, which would come in the drafting that the project team would likely present sometime in June and September. So with that, Tom, I turn over to you for discussions.
This is question 8 on the put that up on the screen.
Could you please move the slide?
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Professional skepticism. People are in support of the, Robert?
Are we still on A or on B?
Both.
With respect to B, I don't quite get it, and thus I cannot support yet the requirement you're proposing here to add to gain sufficient appropriate evidence with further audit procedures. I think this is what you want to insert there in 330. For me, sufficient appropriate audit evidence as it is laid out seems to be equivalent to reasonable assurance. So what could be more done? So it's a synonym from my perspective, and also a synonym to acceptably low level of risks. And from my perspective, it could stay or should stay as it is without the insertion.
Any other comments from the board?
Yes, no.
Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. I agree with 8A and I agree with 8B, but I then will also make a general comment that, similar to standbacks, are we being consistent when we put in the professional skepticism paragraph? Do we need to do a standback on professional skepticism and determine how it should be in all of the standards, notwithstanding what I said about agreeing with 8A and 8B, just something else to consider.
So that's a very interesting thought, Wendy. But what comes to mind quickly is, wouldn't that be a little bit circular though? But nonetheless, for Robert's point, is just to want to ask a clarifying question, I guess. It is the argument that the requirement in paragraph 11 of ISO 700 for the auditor to conclude with reasonable assurance may be duplicative if we introduce a requirement in ISO 330 that requires the auditor to evaluate whether sufficient appropriate audit evidence have been obtained from further audit procedures to respond to assessed risks.
It's synonym.
Okay. We'll take that into consideration.
Ada?
Thank you. And So professional skepticism is a foundational element as part of your audit, and you wonder to what extent a proliferation of professional skepticism everywhere and will actually serve its purpose. And we've been sprinkling it in all the standards that have been developed since quite a bit. And I wonder whether we are going to meet, or whether it retains its effectiveness or its intended effectiveness if we bring it everywhere in. And so I like what we've done in the context of the stand back. Well, do we need it everywhere? How is it most effective? A similar thought occurs to me in this sense as well, as okay, where should it really be? Where is it foundational? Refer back, and maybe not everywhere.
Okay.
Just responding to Ado, just a caveat that within the ISIS, there's only 2 explicit requirements that says in the actual text of the requirement, it says thou shalt maintain professional skepticism. That sits in 200. And then with the exception of 240, there's no other ISIS that basically refers to professional skepticism. It's a sort of a repetition of that fundamental requirement in 200. But elements of how to reinforce it as you're doing your procedures, such as performing your procedures in an unbiased manner, it has elements of it, I think is helpful in just reinforcing that concept, I guess, as we're doing the other. But I do understand your concern about not sprinkling it all over and be measured in where it truly adds value.
Because it sits in 500, and that is all audit evidence. And if it sits there, do we need to repeat it?
So Edo, yes, this is a consideration. Remember when we talked about the standbacks and we said some streamlining there and some conversations with the professional skepticism group down the line? So just referring to our discussion on the standbacks earlier, where there was something on the streamlining bit in terms of these paragraphs. So because now we have a model, we'll line them up, look at them and see whether there is some streamlining there. And obviously a conversation with the professional skepticism group on that piece would also benefit.
Bill?
Just a caution, don't take it too far back, because making one statement about professional skepticism will not be as effective as having it sprinkled through with some granular examples. But I'm with you, we don't need proliferation of anything. So it's a matter of balance.
Okay. And you got some cautions about proliferation of professional skepticism, but I feel generally our approach has been okay so far. Hankin?
Turn it to, I think, Kalina for the way forward.
Yes. So Michelle, if we can go briefly to the next slide. So as I mentioned previously, there is a lot of outreach that we are planning. So we spoke about some of it. We're maybe to give a heads up, we are scheduling individual meetings with certain firms. We're also talking to the forum of firms. We're also having deep dive sessions with regulators. All of that is in process. So quarters 2 and 3 will be quite heavily focused on outreach with various stakeholders. We spoke about the user outreach specifically on this particular topic. So the board will receive further information in June and September how these outreaches proceed. Obviously, we have our ongoing coordination with the technology workstream, Angelo, and the technology consultation group. That is an area where we closely want to stay aligned. And yeah, we also have other consultation groups, spoke about professional skepticism, and obviously our colleagues from IAASB. So Tom, with that, I think we don't have any more slides.
Any questions or observations? Philippe, any observations from PIOB perspective?
Thank you, Tom. A general comment about just to really express the appreciation of quality of work by the PIOB in the review of the document to prepare this meeting. More specifically, there is a concern that has been expressed during the conversation, which is about the tests of control. There is the conviction at PIOB level, but unfortunately, we still experience too many, what is called audit strategies based on the choice of a substantive approach without almost no tests of controls, resulting in, opinions, positive opinions, without any clue about, the quality of internal control, and if there is something which is significantly problematic in the internal control system. And it's, our conviction that in terms of public interest, there is the expectation that to some extent, in the limits of, cost effectiveness and acceptance by a company of, the lines of the work program and so on internal control, that, this, I wouldn't use the word assurance, but at least a minimum of security through the presence of an audit firm and an assurance work resulting in an opinion, in a clean opinion, that, there is no big hole, I would say, not to say black hole in the internal control system. And that in that respect, the minimum level of internal control assessment, at least what was called in the past boundary controls in some firms and so on, that should be really systematically performed. So that's a concern that I want to express, because I think there is a resonance with what some of members say, notably Josephine, and we are totally aligned with the fact that these aspects of testing of control should be more, investigated in the draft and the writing of a standard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you to the team. Great job. A lot of work has gone into it. We look forward to continued conversations. Thank you to the board project members, aka board advisors in my mind. But I'm right? Board project members? Project board members. It's better than COTABS than an acronym. Okay, so we are finished for today. So I think you'll be getting some mail about for reading for approvals shortly. Really?
So there will be an email going out, or it may have gone out already, that provides the updated fraud papers for the approval session tomorrow. Just to highlight, the board will not receive any further papers on the experts project. So consider the papers that you received yesterday as the papers for the approval session. But the fraud papers you will see is in the marked up, so you can have a look at those papers. The email has just come into my inbox. So those are the papers that we will use for the approval session tomorrow.
Thank you. And tomorrow we will deal with the 3410 withdrawal, the fraud approval, the experts now scope amendments. And I think that's it, because we're not we're not bringing back the technology gap analysis, so plan on being done slightly earlier than the 12:30 time here. Okay, so next thing I need to let you know. The Audit Evidence and Risk Response Project Team will convene in the green room. Right, is that what it says right here? Yep, that's it. And the 2410 team will convene in the orange room. Remember, we start at 10:30 tomorrow. And it looks like the fraud team will be gathering in the green room as well to answer questions and take comments and all sorts of things. So that will be where you go if you have questions. We're going to close right now. We're having a board photo upstairs. So please, after you clean up, go upstairs. Philly, you have another announcement?
Yeah, just on the consultation sessions tomorrow morning. Remember, they're running from 8:30 till 10:30. And as Tom said, the fraud team will be in the green room and the experts team will be in the orange room.
So I think we're pretty clear on the expert side, unless something, so we cleared it effectively today. But I'm sure Dan and Jamie would love company, right? So, okay, we're done for the day. Great day. Thank you very much. And everyone for the board upstairs for pictures.
Oh, so just in terms of the pictures, we will first do the board group photo, then the TA's group photo, and then the staff group photo.
Do we do
Other way
one
around.
giant?
No,
Staff first.
board member, then staff, then TAs, because we have meetings.
You
at
still have meetings starting, okay.
We don't do